Okay. We out here. Good morning, good day, good evening, good whatever portion of the day it is for you. That's not what I want to do. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do as well. Okay, good stuff. Okay, so we were doing some stuff, and I haven't. That was not the transition I meant to click, but we're gonna just roll with it. Anyway, last time we I think we got really close to finishing this. I have unfortunately been unable to look at this, until well now, right? But I wasn't able to look at it since I last worked on it because I had a million other things to do. So, do I have all the drawable components? That is the fundamental question, right? Because that's what's gonna matter here. I have the exhaustion, the hunger containers. I have the info strings. I have the bloated bar, lower hunger bar, lower saturation bar, max starvation tracker, upper bloated, upper hunger, upper saturation. Okay, there's a lot of stuff, right? So what this is gonna do is it's gonna have a set of drawables. So what I want to do here is I want to have a private static final list of okay, well, hold on. The first thing that gets drawn new exhaustion drawable. This is what gets drawn first. Then a new array list, and this is going to contain the hunger containers and the vanilla hunger. Now, the problem is that that's not what gets drawn. Because, okay, what about you? Should draw We need to have replace vanilla equal true. All right, because this replaces the vanilla hunger. So like this is always like attempted to be drawn. Both of these need to be drawn because we need the rest of the hunger shank part, right? So there's that. Okay, so the first thing that it's going to try and draw is probably going to be the Scaling Feast Hunger Override drawable. Then it's going to try and draw the lower hunger bar and upper hunger bar. I think that's it. Scaling Feast, lower hunger bar, drawable. New Scaling Feast, upper hunger bar, drawable. And these are going to be the saturation drawables. This lower saturation bar. I seriously. Oh, it needs to be imported. Saturation. Import both of those things, I guess. Import it, dude. And then we have LFS max drawable. LFS starvation tracker drawable. Butte. Because those are separate. And the strings, the info strings. Oh, wait, because this is an enum. Right, so I don't need this. Right, okay. Okay, I need the bloated containers drawable. I need the bloated meat, like, drawable. Oh, it's scaling feast, bloated meat bar, drawable. Hello! Bloated meat bar, drawable, there we go. It's going well, how are you doing? But that's totally right. Scaling feast, bloated bar, meat, drawable. You gotta switch this. Wow, okay. So we draw that, then we draw the lower bloated bar and the hunger bloated bar. What else is bloated here? That's about it, okay. Now we draw the new scaling feast lower bloated bar drawable, and then the scaling feast upper bloated bar drawable. Ba-ba-da, okay. We're finally putting this all together. Okay, I've included this one, I've included this one, I don't need these abstract ones. I have this one, I have this one, I have this one. I don't have this one, but I will. I have this one, I have this one, I have this one, I have this one. I have this one, I have this one, I have this one, and this one, and this one, and I have this one. And I have that one. I have the vanilla hunger, right? It's like right here. Yeah, okay. So I have all of them here. So you remember all that stuff I was making? These like drawable things. I think I made this one last week or something. I'm now finally putting it all together so it actually does what it's supposed to do. Right, because this is deprecated because I'm not going to need this. This is deprecated because I'm not going to need that. This is deprecated because I'm not. Blah, blah, blah. Don't print it. I don't want you to print it. Well, how would you even print it? I don't know. Whatever. Because I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. Now we are here, right? And so this is the Trixie Doodle, right? Because we do still want this. We do still want this. We do that. We do this. 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 This. This is. I think what I do here is I do exhaustion underlay dot draw pass in boop 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 boop. Now this draw, open an implementation on the fucking brother. Okay, it just it does everything. Okay, that's fine. There's some things that aren't being used here, right? Yeah. This is unused now? Okay, so this is unused, then get rid of that shit. So there we go, we got this. And then We then calculate this. Why? What the fuck am I doing? Brother, why am I doing this again? I have you literally right here. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. Now I'm leaving this right now because it's fine. Now, first things first, we must draw. So I've drawn the underlay for the exhaustion. Now I have to do the vanilla drawables. Now the vanilla drawables are always being drawn, I'm pretty sure, right? Abstract vanilla stat bar override should draw is always true. So this is always draw this bad boy, okay? And that's good. That's good. This is the context that it needs, and this is also things. So this is also always draw. Always draw. So vanilla drawables dot for each drawable goes to drawable dot draw, and I need to pass in boop 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 boop. What do you mean? I have a top. Must be final or effectively final. For the context of this, it is final. It's not changing. Hello, are you well? Okay, what if I make you final then? I don't know. Are you well? Oh. This is stupid. Because the left doesn't change, so, I mean, okay, I can definitely make that final, whatever. I'll make it final just for the sake of making that clear that it can't change. If this wants to change, I need to recompute a new top down here. Oh, right, yeah, because I see what's happening here. I see. I see. Or we make it an atomic int. We're gonna make an atomic int. With an initial value equal to res dot get scaled height minus this dot offset. Boom. Bada boink. Top dot get. And it's gonna be top dot get as well. Just because it can change and shit. Now, the hunger drawbles, a vanilla hunger override. Assuming that we are going to draw it, we only want to draw it if this is true and that is true, right? So like this is fine. This can be always drawn because it has a check for all of these shenanigans. So all the hunger drawables are 100% drawing no matter what. Right? It's just a saturation, the bloated drawables, where it depends. And then we're going to do hunger drawables dot for each drawable. I hate this already. I hate this already. I hate this already. Does the exhaustion need to be separate? No. Right? It doesn't need to be. And I think we're just gonna now. Maybe there's a better way to do this, but whatever. Stream.builder builder. I don't know what I pressed. I pressed Control-Shift-9. I have no idea how the fuck that did any shit. Stream. Where's my stream builder? This is double stream, in stream, long stream, node stream builder. This. What are you on? Builder.add exhaustion underlay. And then we're gonna do vanilla drawables dot for each builder add. And then we're gonna do hunger drawables dot for each builder add. And then always drawn drawables is going to be the result of builder dot build dot collect collectors dot. That's how you spell collectors. To list. Boom. And that just kind of collapses them all together. Right? So now here, it's the because this doesn't use the whole jitter amount thing anyway, so it doesn't matter. So this is going to be the always drawn drawables. Hello. Okay. Dot for each drawable. I'm gonna do drawable dot draw. And it's gonna be top dot get. Bang! Look at that. That's all that shit collapsed. Now I need that now. We have mod config dot HUD dot draw saturation. If this, because this is not put into all the saturation drawables, because I don't want to check that every single time. I just want to check it once, and if true, then do the saturation drawables. Dot for each drawable. Drawable dot draw. I hate this already. Oh, but I need all the stuff. Yeah, I need MC player left top. This is just gonna be drawables dot for each d dot draw. Boom. That just makes all of these calls a little simpler. Because now I do draw drawables, and I pass in always drawn drawables, boop, 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 top dot get. And do the same thing here. I had to sneeze. Right, and then this is that's bloated amount, the stats overlay, right? It checks down here if we're drawing it, right? And then it will draw it. And then this is going to draw the max, and then that's drawn after. And now for the starvation one. What's your condition? You should draw out your food level is 0. Okay. And now the question is, if the tracker style is saturation and the loss frequency is greater than 1, which I do actually need to check. That does need to be in the check here, because if this is equal to 1, we will divide by 0, and that is something we do not wish to do. So we actually do need to check that that is greater than 1, and the hunger will be 0, so that's fine. So we just need to check the tracker style and the loss frequency. Those are the important things that must be checked. .HUD tracker style equals tracker style saturation and mod config features starve tracker loss frequency has to be greater than 1. Then it's going to be starvation drawable draw. And throw a top get there as well. And I guess it does technically draw the info style. Wait, does the bloated have its own thing? It does. Look at that. I need a new enum. And that has its own thing where the draw does the push matrix. Funnily enough, it doesn't translate the same. It doesn't do the same translate, which it should, which it will. This is in the... Oh wait, that's that. Maybe here, this is where it does this. So this is going to do the same thing. Okay. Should draw is true. This is false, this is false, this is true, because we're only drawing it if they actually have a bloated amount. This is going to be push matrix, GL scale F, we're going to be 0 0.5, 0 0.5, 0 0.5. What the heck did what? What? Right, so now I need the bloated amount. Scaling Feast API accessor dot get SF food stats dot get bloated hunger amount. And we're gonna have a drawString. And this is going to take the same thing that this took, which is player in left. Yeah, okay. And we pop it. And it also doesn't make sense to not have private string name and then this dot name equals string dot format sf bloat info this dot name dot to lowercase. And then this just returns this dot name. What the fuck are you doing? Better. Okay, so now here it's just what we're drawing here. Actually, this is dumb. Since we're just drawing the string and there's not like any excess complicated stuff here, I can just get the string that I want to draw and then draw it. MC dot font renderer dot draw string with shadow. The text will be this dot get string. Now this actually only needs that. And this is going to be the left plus 1 Divide by 0.6f. Stop typing dumb shit. Thank you. It's gonna be top plus 4.5. Yeah, top plus 4.5. Top plus 4.5. And then divide that by 0.6. Lots of spaces you got there. X 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, look at that, and then that's that, and it's been made simple. So we're going to return the string that is going to be x plus, like, concatenated with, and it's going to be bloat modulo, well, actually divide by dot vanilla max hunger. We're going to divide it by that and add 1. The division binds tighter, so we're going to bloat by that, then we're going to add 1, and then all of this, just to make sure that it's done first, because I don't want the concatenation to have like some sort of weird precedence with like this, and this get interpreted as in concatenation. Concatenation. Wow, what a stroke. I'm fine. I'm good. We're just going to return string dot value of bloat. Yeet. Ain't that lovely? All right, cool. Now we got that. Boink. Now we go back over here, right? Right to here, right to here. Right after we've drawn this. Then we do info strings drawables dot get info drawable dot draw boop 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 top dot get. And that's the stats overlay, right? So now, after this, we have to do this. And then we're right in here. What I want to do is I want to put this here, and I want to put this here, and I want to put this here. Like that. So we only do all of this nonsense if we're actually drawing the bloated amount. And we put this right in here. Oh, and this. Top dot. You know what? Fuck it, dude. I don't need this. I don't need this shit in my life. Make this a final int. Don't set this to this. Set this to this. Set this to this. Get rid of all these dot gets. Because there's no really nice way. Like I have to recompute it from scratch anyway. I'm pretty sure. Unless I want to do some weirdness. So we're just going to do int new top is going to be this dot offset. No, it's going to be res dot get scaled height minus this dot offset. And then right in here, we're going to do bloated drawables dot, wait, no, nope. We're going to do drawables. We're going to pass in the bloated drawables, boop, 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 and then we're going to do bloated info string drawables. It's fine. No, make it, you fucking bean. Was that so hard? Dot, oh, I need a thing for this as well. Get info drawable. It's basically the same thing here. Then return simple. Otherwise return advanced. There you go. And it's the same thing here. This dot get info drawable dot draw up. And I only compute the jitter once, and I've already in these drawables, I've like I think it's in the draw utils or something. When I calculate a jitter amount, or when I get the bloated jitter index or something. Or maybe it's in an abstract bloat bar. Jitter index offset. Yeah. Boop, boop, get max hunger, boop, 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 boop. Jitter index offset, right? Which is done everywhere, right? It's done in this because we get the jitter index offsets. We do I plus the jitter offset, right? Yeah, okay. Bada boink. Good shit. So then it's just this is no longer needed. Like these things are no longer needed. And then boop, 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 boop. And then this is no longer needed. We still keep that, we still keep that, right? So then this gets deprecated, right? This gets deprecated. 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 All that is deprecated because we don't need it. Be gone. Right, so all that ends up going away. We don't need it. And also, I suppose this is deprecated as well. And probably that, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. This, this. Like, all of this. The only thing that's not is this. But we're not going to do that until I know this works, basically. What I will do, though, is I will comment out the bits. Right, because all this is fine. Then get the bloated amount, and if it's greater than 0, then do this, recompute, do that. And then draw the bloated stuff. And then do that. And then do all that. So nothing from the other stuff is actually even used anywhere, right? So this should be like never used, never used. I mean, this is used. It's used in the stuff that's never used, so that's fair. That's never used. This makes sense. Okay, good. So what do I want to check specifically to make sure that it works? I need a list of things that I need to check to make sure it works. Just so that I know hunger containers, vanilla hunger override, color index shifts correctly, extended hunger, saturation, jitter works, bloated jitter offset is right. These are all the little individual bits I want to check. Hunger effect with/without bloated. Half shanks. That might already be something I check. Max hunger indicator, starvation tracker, both styles, info, both styles, with/without bloated. I guess another thing to check as well is exhaustion. Max trouble. Okay. This is all the stuff that we need to check. I need to check these things, right? So all the stuff. This is what, like 15, a 15 checklist item. If I can check all these things, we're good. And I need to build this out in command prompt. Because this is not a Gradle project. This is just a Java project. And I don't feel like trying to re-import it as a Gradle project. I don't even think it's worth it. Just know that I once again forgot to open CurseForge and it's going to take 9 years. So check back in a decade. I'll set my alarm. Good shit. While this is going, I'm gonna take a look at the other GitHub issues for Scaling Feast. See if there's anything that we gotta work on next. Or I know that there is some things, but like what am I gonna work on next? And what things have been done already? We fixed 114. We fixed them at 121. Wait, didn't I have a fucking thing? Where are you? To do. Ba-ba-da! Redo HUD drawing, so this is actually garbage. This is what we're doing. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basically. And then we ship it, dude. We ship it. Is this done? No, it's still initializing the daemon. My favorite. Wait, fuck, bro. God damn. Ah, bollocks. Get this. Technically it's still initializing the daemon, so it hasn't even like compiled it, so this is fine. We can put this in. Don't ask me why I didn't sound Australian, but I definitely I don't know what that was. I don't know why it was either. Now, I think I do want this, right? Because the other thing doesn't. Wait, that's a good question. The bloated bar, when it draws this, it doesn't even translate. But it would be important to translate it the same way it translates this, because if you translate this like up a little bit, because maybe you just want to translate it up a little bit, then it could potentially overlap this if this doesn't move as well. So it's got to move as well. That's the most important thing. It's like resolving dependencies and shit. Anyway, I'm gonna go casually age 10 years BRB, probably. I will make ungodly noises when it completes, just so that you're aware. Also, what a fuck. God damn it, dude. This thing's taking so fucking long. I am baffled. You know what? Fair enough. I did have to open up CurseForge and that token eternity as well, so we still would have been sitting here regardless, so. So, what's y'all's favorite pastime when waiting for shit to, do whatever it's supposed to do? Looks like CurseForge has crashed unexpectedly. I'm gonna fucking stab someone. I like video games, Lamau. That's the most. No, I have no idea, bro. But can you video game while you are waiting for something? Like let's say you're waiting. You're like you're waiting for something to download. I guess is the best way to do it. You know, what do you do? You count sheep, or do you just play a different video game? Which I suppose is a very reasonable way to do that. God damn! Why is everything like taking 9 years? Different game usually. I'll have prepped on the side. Oh, so it's an entire CurseForge introduced a floating action bar. I give a non-floating amount of fucks right now. New floating action bar for performing actions on selected mod. I don't care. This is cool, but please close this window so that I can do shit. Anyway. So this is an entire operation. You're like, oh, I have to download X. So I'm going to now plan this out. On the side, we'll have fucking 3D checkers or whatever. Or 5D checkers, I guess is a better thing. I don't know why I said 3. You have like 5D checkers on the side, and then, you wait for your goddamn whatever it is. Do your fucks normally float? Also, yes, normally have an easy to run game that won't stress my game. That's actually fair. I actually have a couple of those, but I don't want to wait for it to do its thing. Okay, so we got this. I now need to open this folder. I'm gonna go to the mods here. I'm gonna rename the file extension on Scaling Feast to jar old. It's now a jarold file. Dude, it's a fucking jarold file. I need to calm down. I'm so... brother. Open this in new window. I typically have non-floating fucks. I think I answered that already. I think I'm unwell. In the build. Is this done? It's done! Let's fucking go. Libs, this shit that was built like 3 minutes ago. I synced my clock this morning. This is the most like non-conversation ever, but here we are. My clock on my computer was actually 2 minutes fast. Wild, I know. My default game is Voxel Turf. I have never heard of that game. You know what? Next time I have to wait an eternity, I'm breaking out a small game that I know of that I have. We'll bust it out. I'll bust it out with an overlay that says I am waiting for shit to compile or build. I'm waiting for shit to build. That way, no one's like, "Oh, is this the game you're making?" It's like, no. I got this on like itch.io or whatever. Don't want people to get the wrong idea. That's kind of important. Fucker, bro, you're taking so long. Taking fucking aging 90 fucking years. Yeah, fucking do it. I have to launch it like 9 fucking times. Dude, I'm about to go upside someone's head. I'm about to go upside someone's head. I'm gonna do it. Minecraft, I'm going to hurt you. It's an alright game. It's low CPU and easy to run, but it's like Minecraft GTA, if that makes sense. Oh, yeah, no, that does make sense actually. That does make sense. Okay, you know what? Fucking this is taking a goddamn eternity. Okay, this is done. I'm literally just waiting on goddamn fucking. Can you hurry the fuck up? Alright, whatever. It's gonna take. Yes, reload the goddamn process. Why do I have to try and launch this game like 20 times before it decides to actually work? What? Why is this a thing? I don't care about no floating action bar. I care about me clicking play and then it actually, like, loading the fucking launcher. My launcher's fucking stuck in purgatory. Alright, you know what? Maybe I just need to be patient. Have I considered that maybe I just need to be patient? I will be patient. You know what? I will be patient. Here's what we're gonna do. I am actually going to break out a dumb, silly game. This is what we're gonna do. It's gonna be our game for this. All right, it's gonna be lovely. Get me text. God damn it! The moment I started to fucking do this, the launcher actually started loading. I'm so pissed. No, select this. Pick screen color. Okay, good. And give me an outline. Make the outline... Brother! I'm, like, really impatient this morning. I need to be careful. I'm gonna fucking destroy my OBS, and then we're gonna have a bad time. No, center it, brother. Center it. Oh wait, I should have... Oh, whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. Can you go up faster? Okay. Look at this. Look at this. We have this little thing now. Beautiful. I no longer need it though. Wait, actually, I might. Fuck, dude. I have to load it again. The launcher window popped up, and in all the time it took for me to make the text, the launcher window didn't actually finish loading. It's just the window showed up. I'ma slap someone. I'ma slap someone. All right. Here's what we're doing. We're playing a little game, all right? I'm actually going to leave this here. Now I gotta add a thing. Can I just do this? That's so funny, dude. It actually works. It just fucking works. Is the game is this gonna load or can I play a dumb silly game in the meantime? Can I do that? Is this fine? Is this acceptable? Oh. Fucking cause injuries to people. Okay, anyway. Hold on. This game has its own music. We can't be having YouTube at the same time. Or else I'm just gonna get completely bamboozled. Alright. Look at this. Look. I have a dumb little silly thing while this game tries to load. So, don't ask me why I'm doing this. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Wait, I thought this thing had a capture audio, brother. Oh wait, I probably, you know what, that makes sense. That makes sense. Look at this. I have a funny little game here. Does it have audio that's gonna work? It does. Yes, dude, it worked first try. There's a game called Necro Chess. It's like this weird game, not by me, obviously. Please check out the people involved. I'm gonna be playing this while I constantly spam Minecraft to fucking load. Alright, so here's the story. I'll let you read the story while I beg this to load. Dude, I clicked play. How many times do I have to do this? Alright. It's basically just me IRL. System's broken. And maybe it's time someone does something about it. So you rationally conclude that necromancy is the only way to overthrow the establishment. So in a crypt in the old cemetery, make the necessary spells and become a necromancer. This is how it works. I can't even. Okay, the launcher. Sorry guys, we can't play. Launcher loaded. Sorry, let's save it for later. Next time. There you go. That's the concept. We're gonna have to wait for this. It should hopefully load soon. Lamau, give it next load. Yeah, just wait until there's like a small bug that I need to fix and like everything takes a fucking eternity again. And then, you know, that's what we're doing. Don't worry. It'll have another it'll have another time to come out. I could have continued playing, bro. It's taking forever to actually the launcher's taking forever. Fuck it, bro. Okay. I changed mine. We're bringing it in. We're bringing it in. Okay. Look. It's like we never lost any time. Perfect. It's taking forever. We're doing this. So you have like these units, and you have to put them places and shit. Now the game's actually fucking loaded. God damn it! Every time! Every time I break this game out once! Fucking Minecraft starts to load. Fuck off. Okay. We got a little bit farther. I can't wait for this to just crash immediately. God damn it. Why? What'd you say? We get color for bar. What did I get? I got a divide by zero error? Fuck. How did I accomplish this? Hold on. How did I accomplish this? I got a divide by zero error in draw utils get color for bar for the hunger color, and this is for the hunger override drawable. Okay, so let's run the stack trace. See, and now this is actually really easy to debug because now I know like which thing. So it was this one. The get color, it's gonna be get hunger color 19. Get color for bar. We're gonna do int to index. We upcast to float. We get 19 divided by 20, which is 19 over 20 minus 0.01, which is basically 18. And then we downcast it, so it gets 18. Plus either that or that. Minimum 0. Or max is 0, and then hunger colors. And then get color for bar. What does this do? List.get. Wait, where is the divide by 0 then? What the fuck? Line 113. List.size. Oh, wait, the list is, the list is empty. is empty. I never actually, so I have the update colors, but see, note how in here I had the set icons, load colors, load text colors. I probably want draw utils dot update colors and then draw utils dot update text colors. I probably need those calls here so that it actually makes sure this is done. So that it actually has this set correctly. Okay. Okay, now we're no jape, no joke. Third time's a charm. We're actually just gonna play the game. Okay. We're gonna play the game and then we're gonna go back to it, okay? Because I've teased this accidentally like twice now. So we're actually just gonna play the whole thing, okay? It's a short game, so it's fine. In the meantime, I'm going to get everything ready. So if you see Minecraft loading in the background, then you know what's up. All right, so it's fine. So I don't know why I'm doing this, by the way. Today's just one of those days, you know. It's one of those days. So everything costs 3 coins. You start with 10 coins. You take something, you put it here. There's like 3 rows, and then there's like enemies that you like do stuff. So like these little peeps. They have a bow, and then for the first 2 steps they attack random people. And I just have 3 of them, so I'm gonna just throw it down, and then you can reroll with this. Very simple. Things have stuff, right? And then I can see the enemy units or whatever. And then I click this, and then we see this. And then they just do stuff. And then I don't have to do anything. That's the whole point of the game. And then I have to lower this castle to 0, and then I fight a big, nasty king. And if I do that, I win. And I'm just gonna get bowmen. I'm gonna just get all the bowmen, dude. Give me bowmen. Yes, give me bowmen. And that's the whole thing. Any questions? Give me more bowmen. Yes, dude, give me more bowmen. I'm just gonna raise an army of bowmen. And that's it. That's the whole thing. It's gonna be the whole game. You can actually level stuff up by putting the same stuff on it that makes it a little better. I do that for the bowmen too, but I don't want to do it for the bowmen. I don't want to right now. So this guy actually turns into a bunch of idiots. Quite literally, he turns into idiots on death. No, some of my bowmen are gonna die. This is a tragedy. I'm gonna lose bowmen. You think I should go test my mod? Or do you think I should keep stalling? I don't know. I'm gonna keep stalling. Why not? Another bowman. Other bowmen. And I can freeze these things so that they stick around in between things. We have a problem. This guy's gonna get through. God damn. He's gonna make it through. I take 1 damage. But have you considered my master plan? I will now upgrade my bowmen. And when they reach max level, you get a new dude. I'll put this guy here. This is a problem. Thank you. These guys shoot more, and they do a lot more damage. Fucking legend, dude. He took out all the people. Oh, dude, and he lives too. That's awesome. And we get through this row too. And we obviously get through this row, that's not a problem. My bowmen are unstoppable. They're bowies. Excuse me, they're fucking bowies. My bowies are unstoppable. Except for that one guy who died. That's fine. He gets revived. They all get revived every time. Obviously. I don't need any of that. Give me another bowie. Yes, dude, give me another bowie. Bow up. I probably need something else for the top row, other than... Please shoot this guy. 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 God damn it. Okay, just shoot the other people up here, then it's fine. Yes! I only take 3 damage. Alright, I need something up here to protect my bowie. Holy shit, dude, that guy got yeeted. Man got yeeted. I mean, but I can make you better. I need to protect my bowie. I need someone to protect my bowie. I guess you can protect my bowie. And give you a shield next time too. Bowie protected. Dude, and Bowie just solos the whole row. What a fucking legend. These Bowies are unstoppable. I love them, dude. Not to mention, this guy's fucking crazy too. So, you know, love that for me. Does this actually work correctly now, or is this just gonna crash too? If this is gonna crash, then I'm... we're gonna pause this and we're gonna fix it. Fuck! Why did it break? Hold on, why did it break? Exception and initializer error? What the hell? Oh, I'm an idiot. Ba-doop. Build it again. Da-da-da! We're fine. I'll give you this too. I'll put that there. I don't think I need another Bowie. I probably don't need another Bowie. The great thing is I can now actually load this while that's running. It's fucking glorious. Do that and then relaunch the game. Ba-ba-da. I don't know why the game's slowing down. Probably because I'm trying to do like 9 things at once and also stream. That's fair. Okay, does this actually work and not crash, fundamentally? Please. God damn it, it did it again! Why did you crash this time? Array index out of bounds exception on get color for bar. Lower saturation bar drawable, get color. Fuck, brother. Okay, we're gonna fix this. Lower saturation bar drawable dot get color. Is it possible that it got? Where's my drawables? Hold on. We're fine. Lower saturation bar drawable. What's your color? Draw to look at saturation color. Unless... Do you check first if it draws? Oh... I'm an idiot. I didn't even have the check if D dot should draw for the player, then draw. I never put that check in. That check is kind of important. Okay. Cool. Now we go back to this. I guess I'll keep that in case I get another thing. Ooh, take that. Ooh, those are some scary motherfuckers. Because they lower damage by 2, which is the same shields that I have here. Why is this game moving at like half speed? I might be fine. Bowie's gonna save my life. Bowie's gonna shoot one of these fuckers. Never mind. Bowie's gonna constantly let me down. Oh my gosh, we're having a couple interesting problems that okay, that's a thing. We will see that in a moment. Yes, Bowie, fucking destroy them. There's only basically like 2 more rounds of this. Because this buffs you like more than enough, so actually with all of this you might actually be fine. I don't need that. Now what do we got here? We got some fucking nasty shit up here. Can you take this? Oh, you can totally take this, dude. You're a fucking legend. And I think you go mid. No. You 100% go down here. Because I will charm the knight. The knight will beat through a bunch of shit, and then I will destroy whatever's left. Now the question is, do I merge these fellas? Probably don't need to. Okay. Go into battle. Shoot them. They have archers too, but their archers are not nearly as cool as mine. My bowies are better. Yes, dude, destroy him. There's like 3 hits here, 2, 4, 6. 9 hits total, so I live. My bone fellow lives. I didn't even need to worry about this, dude. This knight just got through the whole thing. Absolutely legendary. And now I have to deal with the king, who has 49 health. So, and he has princes, which have 10 health, and they do a lot of damage. So that's a thing. That is an entire thing. Now I can sell this, get some coins back, do this. Now this man is Minachi. I can sell these, I don't need these anymore. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. He takes 9 hits. And then 14. He lives. He just needs to not get shot by the archers down here. If he gets shot once, I'm in trouble. I'd be in some serious fucking trouble if he gets shot once. Succubus looks smug. Yeah, they got a smug ass look on them. I could definitely do this. This gives them a little bit extra juice. A little bit extra juice. So if they get shot once, now it's not gonna matter because they're gonna get buffed as well. So it's a non-issue. And then we will do this. There's a kobold here too. The kobold has a gun. Put the kobold here. Actually, I think I probably want the kobold up here. I probably want the kobold up here. Oh, the gun is a good choice. Actually, no, I want the kobold down here. Because the kobold will shoot one of the archers. Actually, that's kind of a bad thing, because if he shoots the front archer, then I don't kill the knight in one hit, then this archer gets another step, they shoot again. Okay, no. Put the kobold up here. And then the kobold, I don't know, it does whatever it does. And then we charm the knight, and the knight takes out the archer, takes out the APC, dies to the prince, probably, and then I will be at 6. And then I will hit them for 6. They have a shield, but when the succubus hits someone, it removes their shield for some reason, which is kind of OP. Succubus is kind of just OP. You guys better not shoot these snitches and idiots. I need to farm my attack on them so that I can hit this man for stupid damage. Yeah, I beat this man. Hey, he dies. The kobold got the clutch shot. Watch, he takes exactly 9 damage. Boom, he's dead. I think I'm about to fucking wreck this guy. I'm at 49 attack power. Goodbye. Bye, idiot. See you later. He just fucking died. After taking the king, the witch went on to help the citizens. The city thrived. And there's some stats here. The game's on itch.io. I didn't make it. Go check it out. If you're interested, you can also restart, but we're not doing that because we're doing this anyway. So there you go. Cute little game. It is a cute little game. Not very long, right? It's not very long. It's kind of great. Anyway, we have a problem over here. The problem over here is what the fuck is happening with my bar down here? First off, there's armor bars where there shouldn't be. The jitter is at least correct. Right? But my stuff is not, like, it's so much in the wrong spot. I don't know why, but it is so much in the wrong spot. So, we need to fix that. So, the thing is that we got the drawbles to draw and stuff, and it looked like they drew everything correctly, which is so far so good. We'll need to check some, well, actually, they fundamentally didn't draw everything correctly, because there's something that is very wrong. I don't know what, but something is very wrong. I don't know why there are armor points there. If I put on armor, am I okay? Like, let's say I put on a helmet. Oh. Oh wait, no, it does work. The armor's just not supposed to be on that side. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. We're gonna relook at the calculating jitter amount, based on this get jitter amount here. I wanna make sure this is right. Where is your get jitter amount here? It's probably down here. Get jitter amount. The size is 20. I set the RNG. I get the food level. I get saturation level. And I get the bloat level. The jitter frequency is the food level plus the bloat level times 3 plus 1. If the update counter modulo that is 0 and the saturation level is 0. The jitter frequency is that. For that in there, if update counter modulo the jitter frequency is 0. This seems fine. It seems correct. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. This seems right. Okay, But I kind of knew that that would be right. The exhaustion seems fine. Actually, we can actually check this because I can go scaling feast here, config HUD. If I turn off draw saturation, I'm gonna lower my hunger a bit. Set my hunger to 21. If it... I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is, I know what it is, I know what it is, I know what it is. It's this. I didn't bind the thing. I didn't bind the texture. Because this thing doesn't have anything to bind the texture. So I need to bind the texture. I need GUI icons dot bind SF GUI icons, and I need to unbind after this. GUI icons dot unbind. There we go. Okay, so that was the weird armor looking thing that's not supposed to be there. The other thing that definitely looked funky wonky is this doesn't have a separate thing though, right? Scale F. That's for drawing the bloated mount. I'm very confused. Draw stats overlay. Yeah, that's the hunger that it's drawing right there. What the heck? Binds it, draws all of this. There's no change in any of that. Unless there's something with this. A geo color, but that's... Draw stat bar. Okay, where are my... Are these the only calls to translate? And it just passes it in raw. Which would be... It's not changed anywhere. Why was it working before, but it's not working now? We set this equal to this. We do this. This isn't changed. I never changed any of that. The only thing I can think of is this. Well, okay, actually, hold on. I can check to see if that messed things up. HUD. Where's my info style? Change to simple. My game crashed. Simple crashes the game. Why does simple crash the game? Missing format argument exception? What the hell? On what? Draw string. Oh, you know what? We would be missing something. Lol. Okay, where's my simple info then? That's what goes into the second spot. What goes into this spot? Hunger. Oh no, this is hunger. And I do the max divide by max hunger as well. And I get the ceiling. So if hunger is 0, then that's going to be that. But if hunger is 1, it's going to round it up, which is what we want. So I actually need to do the same thing. Right, that's the hunger. Now I need to do the max. I guess this is also an int, I suppose. Math.ceiling, max divided by max hunger. This can probably be changed there. So it's hunger divided by max hunger and max divided by max hunger, and then we draw it there. Unless this is different from this, but I thought it wasn't. Left divided by 0.6 plus 1 divided by 0.6. That's just left plus 1 divided by 0.6. And they're both going to be upcasted to float, right? Like, they're going to be the same thing. And I do scale. Wait, do I translate and scale, or do I scale and translate? No, I translate and then scale. Exactly as described here. X offset, Y offset. Okay, for starters, this shift the info text. It's just the info text. option, apply to all. And it's set to 0. I never deleted anything. That's the thing. I never deleted anything. And so all the code here is still here, so... where's the advanced info? It is supposed to be 0.5. That's a thing. And X is also 0.5, not 0.6. I don't know if that makes much of a difference. Maybe it does? I mean, that would explain why the saturation was so different. Oh wait, maybe it does make enough of a difference. Huh. Which means also the bloated info drawable needs to have the same thing. Where is this? Bloated info string drawable. It should be... .5. Shouldn't it be 0.5 for the other thing too? Also, this can be like that. Why would I not want this to be 0.5? We're just gonna check what happens if I make it 0.5. Does it work out fine? That should fix a lot of the problems that I was seeing there. Also, I didn't get rid of the building mod text, dude. Who cares? It's fine. Because I technically was building the mod. Now we're launching it. Okay. Boom. Let's go. Okay, the info is in the correct spot now. The max is moving incorrectly. The max should be moving. What is the max mimicking? I don't know what it's mimicking, but it's not mimicking it right. I didn't even set this thing to being visible. Lovely. Lovely. It's fine. Don't worry. We're good. I say that, but okay. Look. The info text, the text appears correctly. It's no longer on the middle of the screen. But the max, which is like that middle one that has a bit of an outline on it. I can do hunger 25, and that'll make it a little bit more visible. But you can see that white outline, it moves. It should be copying the movement of the shank that it's on, but it's not. It moved up, the shank moved down right there. And then the shank moved up, and then it didn't move. And again, so it's doing the same thing. Or sorry, it's not doing the same thing. It needs to be doing the same thing. So the jittering seems to be working. It's just not taking the right jitter. Okay. So we needed to take the right jitter. I don't need this open right now, I guess. Okay. So now, why are you not doing the right jitter? What is your jitter set to? Clearly, whatever it's set to, it's not right. Max index. What's the max index? And how do you do it? Now set bar, draw icon, draw max. Okay. Int max, int ticks. What is jitter set to? Oh, jitter's just an int. So we were in this case. Oh wait, no, we were in this case. Math.ceil max modulo 20 divided by 2 minus 1. Do these give the same thing? I don't think so. Well, clearly they don't. If my max is... It's not 25. I think my max was 25. Or like 26 or whatever. Suppose it's 26, right? So the one on the right, 26 modulo 20 is 6, divided by 2 is 3. So ceiling of that is 3, minus 1 is 2. So we use index 2. I think my max was actually 40 or something. Yeah, no, it was 40. No, it was 30. Either way, with 26, for example, max modulo 26 divided by 2, 3, ceiling, 3, minus 1, 2. I get 2. Now, the max index here is going to be, we have the max, which is max hunger, right? Max, which is going to be 26 minus 0.01, or 0.1 is going to give me 25.9. Modulo that max hunger is going to give me 5.9. Divide by 2 is going to give me 2.95. 2.95, and then we cast it down to an integer. And it gets 2. These are the same thing. But maybe it's not being drawn in the right spot. And that could definitely be a thing. That's something I need to check, actually. I need to check to make sure it's being drawn in the right spot. And if it's being drawn in the right spot, then something's wrong with the jitter. If it's not being drawn in the right spot, then the jitter might be fine, it's just being drawn in the wrong spot. And so it's mimicking the jitter of a shank that it's not on. I.e., it's mimicking the jitter of the shank it should be on. You know? That makes sense. Okay, I need to... HUD changes to advanced. /hunger 40. Yeah, it's not copying the one in the right spot. Makes some sense to me. Side note, does anyone have a quarter? Why do you need a quarter? So where is this being drawn? The X position. The X position. I need change for my sense. You're banned. My magic formula is incorrect. I need to multiply it by 2. That's what I need to do. This max index, I need to multiply. Do I need to multiply by 2? Yeah. This max index, I need 2 times max index. because this is getting the index 2, right? And that's the jitter index. But I need the actual, like, max for a number from 0 to 20. And I can multiply this by 2 to get it. And so that just works. I could take max and modulo vanilla max hunger as well, but I don't need to. I think I can just multiply by 2, and I think that'll work. Because each of these indices corresponds to 2 points of hunger, and so the x position is going to be offset by double whatever the index is. And then I divide it by 2 again. Two times max index. So if my max index, let's say I have 26, right? And so I compute 25.9 modulo that, I get 5.9, I divide by 2, I get 2.95. And then that gets truncated to 2. So 2 times 2 is 4, minus 1 is 3, divided by 2 is 1.5. Right? And then when it draws the max here, it passes in max modulo 20. Which would be 26, right? Which would be 6. And 5 divided by 2 is 2.5, which goes down to 2. This is going to be wrong. This max index B becomes 2. I multiply it 2, I get 4. You know what? We're just going to do this. We're just going to do max modulo modconst dot vanilla max hunger. We're just going to do that. Because we have the max, right? So it's fine. This goes there, then we do that, then we cast it. So this is now 26 modulo 20, minus 1 is 5, divided by 2, it's going to be 2.5, downcast to 2, times 8 minus 9. It works, I guess, probably. I think that'll work. Now that we got some of the, like, obvious problems out of the way, we will now go through our checklist and check everything. And here's hoping that it is right. It is not. I see, I know what just happened. I know what just happened. I ran into the exact edge case that I accounted for here, where I don't pass in something modulo that's like divisible by 20. I can just do the same thing I did here, where I did max minus 0.1, right? And that'll get me 39.9 modulo that. Modulo that, that's going to get me 19.9, subtract 1, that'll get me 18.9, and then I will get 9 point... I'll get the thing, right? Which means, why can't I just do this, then? What? Well, then I should just be able to use some max index. It's the same thing. Max one of 20, not 0. If it's 26, then I get 6, right? And then this gets passed in to draw max as 6. And that's going to be 6 minus 1 is 5, divided by 2 is 2.5. Right? So then here, I have... fade through. Here, I have, so like, this is supposed to be whatever the max is modulo 20. So for example, if 26 is a 6, and I put 6 in here, I get 5, divided by 2, I get 2.5. I downcast to 2, it gets 2. Okay. Now, here, I get 26, that's minus 0. Or sorry, no, that is 25.9. Modulo 20, I get 5.9. I divide by 2, I get 2.95. I truncate it, I get 2. Okay. Now this, I get the same thing. Because that's 5 minus 1, and then that gets truncated and becomes 5 minus 1 divided by 2, it gets truncated, becomes that, right? I might not need this minus 1. Because if I do 26 minus 0.1 is 25.9, modulo this, I get 5.9, 4.9. Divide by 2, I'm going to get 2.95. No. I'm going to get 2.45. Which is still going to truncate down to 2. Which is exactly what it does here. It gets the same thing. Now, is there a situation where this minus 1 matters? Is there a situation? Let's see. Max, before, after. Okay, so for max of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. We compute the before values. All right. So before, with 1, I put 1 in here. I get 1 minus 1 is 0. Divided by 2 is 0. We get 0. For 2, 2 minus 1 is 1. Divided by 2 is 0.5. We truncate it, it gets 0. 3, 3 minus 1 is 2. Divided by 2 is 1. And then 4 minus 1 is 3. Divided by 2, truncate 1. This is going to be 2 and 2, right? Because we're going to get 4 divided by 2, and then we're going to get 5 divided by 2. And then going to be 6 divided by 2, 7 divided by 2 truncated, 8 divided by 2, right? Because 9 is going to be 8 divided by 2 is 4. This is going to be 9 divided by 2, and truncate, we get 4.5, which truncates down. 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, right? That's what that is. Now, after, okay, so now we are instead looking at this. Without the minus 1. Let's ignore the minus 1. So if your max is 1, and these values, I mean there is the thing for 0. But that's just this, right? So it's fine. So this is going to be 1 minus 0.1, which is going to get 0.9, which is going to be 0.9. We're going to minus 1. That's a bit of a problem. If we ignore the minus 1, then it's going to be 0.9 divided by 2, 0.45 is going to truncate down to 0. Okay, cool. 2 is going to be 1.9 divided by 2, which will be 0.95, which will truncate down to 0. 3 will be 2.9 divided by 2, which will be 1 point stuff, which will truncate down to 1. 4 will be 3.9, which will truncate down to 1.9 something, which will get 1. 5 will get 4.9, which will divide by 2 and get 2 point something, and truncate down to 2. 6 will get 5.9, which divide by 2 will get 2.9 something, which will truncate down there. This will be minus 1, 6.9 divide by 2, we're going to get 3.45, and then we're going to get 3.95, and we're going to get 4.45, 4.95, 5.45, 5.95, 6.45, 6.95, 7.45, 7.95, 8.45, 8.95, 9.45, right? We'll double check this. We'll get 18.9, which will get 9.45 after we divide by 2. And then here, we're going to get 19.9 modulo this. Which is going to be it's gonna be 19.9, and then we're gonna divide it by 2, and we're going to get I guess it's 9.95, right? Yeah, 9.95. Which is gonna get 9. And then on 21, we're gonna get 20.9, we're gonna modulo 20, and we're gonna get 0.9, and we're gonna be back at the max 1 case. So I don't need this -1. This -1, redundant. Which means, if this -1 is redundant, then all of this is just the same thing. Because you get rid of the -1, and then it's the same thing as this. So this is just max index. Ba-ba-da! I am genius level. Boom. Ship it. There we go. So, it should work. Yes, it's in the right spot. It's in the right spot. All right, so what I need is I need to have my my checklist. This. I have this. We'll leave it right here. Sure. Okay, so first we want to check exhaustion. Currently, the exhaustion underlay is working because it's just doing the same thing. So that is a good. That is a good. Next, the hunger containers, which is actually this. So if I actually set hunger 0 for a sec. Yeah, I mean, the hunger containers are definitely being drawn, so that is also a checkamundo. The vanilla hunger also does seem to be working as well. This actually only heals 1. So it's 1/7 of your max hunger, half of that for saturation per slice. It's 5 hunger and 2.5 saturation. Oh, it couldn't tell looking at the block. That's so interesting. That's so interesting that it couldn't tell initially. Half that for saturation. But it restored 2.5, it restored 5 saturation. That's a bunch of baloney. 8 plus 5. Gave 2. Okay, does this go to 10.6 if I eat it? It does. Okay, there's something wrong with this. This should set me to 11. It doesn't. Okay, so that's incorrect. We will deal with that. Okay, still looking at the rest of the hunger. Let's check to see if I lose hunger, does it like randomly change or does it just become 9.8? Yeah, okay. So this is not wrong. It's just looking at this block is wrong, which we can fix. So the vanilla hunger seems pretty good, I'd say. The vanilla hunger override, now I can actually check that by enabling this option. HUD, replace vanilla hunger. Does seem to be pretty good. You know what I need? I need this. Because now my saturation actually goes up so much faster. Actually, can I also get... Oh, the color for this is not right. Why is the color for this not right? I guess we will have to fix that. There we go. It's actually perfect. So this does seem to be working correctly. And even the half shank seems right. Now, I'm also going to very quickly... Half shank still right here as well. The jittering also seems good. Give me a steak. I don't need that messing me up when I'm doing this, so... Okay, and now I want to check the half shank for this, which I guess I could have checked by eating as well, but that's whatever. Okay, so that seems to be good as well. That half shank is fine. The jitter seems good here. This seems correct. Oh no, the fucking bloated shit is wrong. Bad. Okay. The jitter works. The extended hunger seems to work. The half shanks, but like bloated itself is no, that needs to be fixed. Because I need the half meat shank thing to be there, right? Which it's not, so that's the thing. Like this little thing, it needs to not be this, it needs to be a different texture. That's fine. The vanilla hunger override, I'd say that seems to be correct. Override color index shifts correctly. I also need to check that, which means I need to increase my max hunger. And this eat this to increase your max hunger by 1 shank. But if I eat this, it should set my max hunger to 22, not 21. Never mind. So then this text is wrong. Oh wait, no. My max hunger is increased correctly. Is my saturation scaling? Saturation scaling is half hunger. Okay, this makes sense. I was looking at the wrong thing. So it does increase it by the same amount, or by the right amount, so it's fine. So now if I need to eat to get over this threshold, so just eat. Now, set. So that seems to work. Set the set this. Yeah, that seems to work correctly. We're gonna repair this, and we're just gonna set this to be a bunch of blocks that I can break. So it definitely shifted correctly. Hunger 30? No, set it to this. Yeah? And then hunger 42? Yeah? Okay. This seems good. Turn this off. I would say the override color does shift correctly. The extended hunger seems good. We're gonna just have to also double check it a bit. Yeah, no, that's completely correct. Now set max. We'll set your max to 80 here. So that I have a couple of bars of hunger / hunger. 80. 82, fuck it. And then /sf set saturation to 41. Yep. I'll set this to 200, and then I will set my saturation to 101. Wait, does that even make sense? No, it can only go up to 82, because that's what my hunger is. 202. Now set my saturation 101. Alright, that's better. It actually wrapped around, which is exactly what it's supposed to do. We go through pink, we go through light blue, we go through blue, we go through green, we go through yellow, we go through orange, and then we're on this. Good, 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 good. So I would say the saturation is definitely being drawn correctly, all the hunger is being drawn correctly, the jitter offset is right, and now we need to look at the... Okay, so the max hunger indicator, can I set my max to 210? It puts it there while I'm on the right layer, but when I get off the right layer, which is going to occur, I have to get this to go all the way down first. So now that I'm off the right layer, I'm off like the topmost layer of my hunger. It makes it transparent. So that does work. Is this? Oh, it's only mining it. Oh, wait, so then get me the exhausting ore. This will do it even more. $155, $143, $134, $125. This takes it down by 9. This takes it down by 12. And my max outline definitely becomes visible. Oh shit. I forgot that was a thing. My max was not carried over. Unless, I have a setting for that. Hold on. Features, death penalty. Oh, should extended food stats persist on... Wait, what the heck? We will get up and stretch, thank you. It occurred to me, in-game starvation occurred, IRL break may be needed. Could be correct, yeah. If not set to 0, this field indicates how much of your maximum hunger you lose upon death. This cannot take a player's max hunger below max loss lower bound. Not that to 0, this field indicates how much food values you lose on death. This deducts from saturation first on hunger. While not required, using this while respawning stats is set to persist yields best results. With the amount of hunger and saturation they first spawned with. Okay, there might be something here that I need to look into. But we'll fix that. Or there might not be. I don't know. I need to see actually. Starvation penalties, counter, starvation scaling. Per starve hit. Some functions may require additional arguments. So it's a polynomial, which means X is the current number of times a player has taken starvation damage in a row without gaining food stats. A, B, C, and D are additional constants defined in this category. If at any time these functions are undefined, scaling fees just ignores it and deals 0 additional damage. So polynomial. If I'm polynomial and A is 2 and C is 1, then it's linear. It's just 2x. I should be taking double damage. Oh, and so first it inflicts 1. Then it inflicts 1 plus 2, so it inflicts 3, and then it inflicts 1 plus... One plus... 1 plus to 4, and so it's 5, and then it's 7. Oh, that's probably how I died. It did 1, 3, 5, 7. That was just goodbye. Maybe. I've taken 3 first. And I think that was 5. And that was 7 for sure. Is that even correct? Features, starvation penalties. X is the current number of times a player has taken starvation damage in a row without gaining food stats. Every value computed by this feature is added to the original damage. If at any time these functions aren't defined... Okay, so you take starvation damage once, it does 3 damage. Okay, that makes sense. No, that's correct. Oh my gosh, dude. And then I die here, right? Bye-bye. Okay, so my food stats are preserved. It's just the max hunger that is gained through, commands and stuff aren't. And it just happened that any max hunger I gained, I lost, so it ended up rounding out to the same amount, which is fine. I think there's something wrong with my starvation tracker here, I believe. Let me check this. Starvation penalties trackers. Decrease amount in starvation. Starvation loss frequency. After getting damaged by starvation this many times, players' max hunger will drop. So it should be every 3, right? So the max drawable. What color should you be? Starve ticks. Starvation tracker count. Hold on, this is not correcto. So if starve ticks is greater than 0, blend start and end colors if tick greater than 0, otherwise only use start color. Oh, wait. It's using the alpha, which is gonna be 1. Oh, I see what the problem is. Wait. No, that's... Starve ticks greater than 0. Then we get the color. Blend ratio. Alpha is multiplied by the blend ratio, which is, the alpha's 1 here. If starve ticks plus 1 is less than the loss frequency, so I've taken damage once, right? So the starve ticks is 1 plus 1 is 2. That's still less than 3. And then the loss frequency minus the starve ticks, which is 1, divide by the loss frequency, which is 3. So it should be 0.3. And then draw the thing. Yeah, draw the thing. Unless it doesn't draw it correctly, which it should. Times alpha. Yeah, it sets all of that to be the thing times alpha, so that should be right. But it's not. It's not right. Why is it not right? Oh, wait. I know what my problem was. I know what my problem is. If it's not that, then the max color... Wait. No, now I'm actually confused. Okay, well, the better question is... Duration tracker style. If set to max color... No, that's... If set to max color, max outline color will change depending on how many times you take conservation damage. The colors used depend on max outline color style. Take the color value specified on start and transition to max custom color end when taking starvation damage. Oh, so I have it set to custom. So it does enter here. What if I don't have it? If I have it set to default. Having it set to default, the default color style will be used. What is the default color style? It's this, right? So then it becomes white, and it becomes red, and it goes back to green. Okay, so that part is definitely working. If starve tick's greater than 0, we draw that, and then we draw it based on the current color with alpha 1, and then we change our alpha. Right, because we do alpha times equal thing. So when our starve ticks is at 1, we set it to the end color there. And we set it to the max color start. Oh, because the fucking alpha's a byte. Hunger greater than that. Hunger greater than that or that, we set it to 1. Otherwise, we set it to the max outline transparency times 255 cast to byte. The blend ratio should be using the right thing. I don't understand. Alpha as a byte. Divided by 255, divided by 255, divided by that, 255. If ticks plus 1 is less than that, we set it to the loss frequency minus the ticks, divide by the loss frequency, otherwise we set it to 0, we multiply that by alpha. Alpha being 1. And then that's what we set the color to be. Very interesting. It doesn't change color. Understand. It should be entering here, drawing it like that. What if it never does? No, that wouldn't make sense because then it would be still be faded. This color changing thing is not working. That's the problem. I wonder if the alpha. Okay, you know what? You know what? We're gonna do some research. We're gonna do some fucking research. We have a byte, right? This byte is 255 technically. And then it's an unsigned byte. And then we're gonna multiply it. The byte times 0. Well, I guess it's 1 divided by 3.0f. Oh, okay. Cast it to byte. I don't give a shit. Negative 0.33. Wait, what the fuck? Well, that's the fucking problem. The problem is this byte is a bunch of fucking bullshit. What if we cast it to byte afterwards? Where we set alpha being equal to casting a byte of, making this an int of alpha times the blend ratio. We cast it back up to int, and then we cast it down. Cannot convert from float to byte. Add cast to byte. Dude, I casted you to byte. Oh, no, I need this. There we go. Unnecessary cast. Now, if I divide this by 3 and store it in an int, take b divided by 3.0f, store it in an int. Probably need to cast to int. And then print out whatever I is. It gets 0. Really? What the fuck is B right now? B is -1 because it's signed. It's signed. Okay, don't make it a byte then. I don't give a shit. All right, make it a fucking short. It can be a short. That's fine. And set this draw icon. Set this to a short. And then hard cast to byte in the method. That way, it works. And then I don't need this. I can still do this times equals the blend ratio. Right, because now if I make this a short, yeah, no worries, no worries. Incompatible types, probably lost. 85. Good, that's what it's supposed to be. Okay. That's that problem fixed. Which was needlessly complicated, but we got that. So that's the max hunger indicator, which was something we needed to fix. But the starvation tracker, so okay, set max, set your max to 40, right? Well, I set to 40 and I've lost 8 or whatever, so it goes to that. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Hunger. No, 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 don't, you're gonna kill me. Don't do that. Heal up first, then you can go ahead. Oh wait, I need to set this to saturation tracking style is gonna be saturation. Oh, that's not correct. Yeah, that's not supposed to be like that. don't know where the fuck that was from, or why that's a thing. Okay. Starvation tracker, both styles. That's something that's not right. A hunger effect, and the info style. Okay, so the info style does seem to work. Let me get myself one of these. Yeah, I mean, it does seem to work. Now let's set it to simple. And it does seem to work still, which is good. Oh, it must be at most 30, okay. Now if I set it to 28, okay, so it's only when I'm at max hunger does it do that. And if I set the hunger to 2, it's now that. If I set the hunger to 10, it's like yellowish. If I set the hunger to 5, it's orange. If I set the hunger to 16, it's like that. Okay, so that works. The info styles are a good. There's one last thing to check, and that's with the hunger effect. Okay, so now let's set my hunger to 30. It's actually the perfect spot to set. Slash, actually no, set the hunger to 28. Now give me some rotten flesh. I think it's easier to just try this. And that would be the one time that it would not give me hunger. Ooh. Ooh, that's a problem. That's not correct. It's a little bit offset. Yeah, so that's not correct. Slash, give me the bloated potion. Brother. Okay, the bloated shanks are also not quite correct either. Okay, so the hunger stuff is completely fucking wrong. Just completely wrong. Okay, we're gonna go fix it. So this is what I noticed. Correct. This needs to be fixed. The jitter's correct though. The hunger effect completely borked. The half shank stuff correct, although not with bloated, but I marked that here. Max hunger indicator needs a little fixie, which I think I have fixed. Starvation tracker, this is for saturation only, that needs to be fixed. Okay, so now to do that, first I have fixed this part. Next part that needs to be fixed is probably the bloated stuff. Let's just go fix the bloated. Where are you? There, you're way up here. The bloated container's drawable, that's correct, because that just draws this, and then it unbinds it, and it sets it to the number of bloated icons. That's completely fine. This does say that it does have a hunger overlay. It gets the number of bloated icons, and this is a bloated bar, which extends the stat bar. Now this should have the thing, right? This should textures GUI elements, this ping. Yeah, it has everything here. And it goes shift 9, that's shift 18, that's shift 27. If this dot has hunger overlay, what does this check? Blend alpha. I think it does need blend, right? It does need blend. I'm pretty sure. For everything, it uses blend. This is drawing stats overlay. So draw stat bar enables blend and then disables blend. It doesn't reset the blend func back because I don't think it needs to. So You don't pass in a color, which is fine because you don't need to call a color, right? Actually, this does beg the question. Yeah, it sets the color here. It sets the color after drawing the icon. And then it shifts it by 27. And it draws it normally just fine. It's just, why do you... Why are you offset? MC XY UV. What the hell is happening here? It's just like not drawing the right thing. But why? Hmm. Then it shifts it by 27 and it draws it here. It's the same thing. It draws it, it sets the color, it draws it, right? And then here it draws it, it resets the color in this call, and then it checks if there's a hunger overlay in that, and then it draws it. And draw icon is called right here, right after we enable blend and disable blend. Enable blend, we go in here, we do all that stuff, right? And then the abstract drawable, when it draws, enable blends. If it requires alpha, it enables alpha, it draws the stuff, and then it'll disable blend and disable alpha. Which is exactly what it's supposed to do. Which means when drawing it, we have blend on, which is exactly what we had here, and it worked. And we are calling the GL state manager, so that's not a problem. So like this isn't the problem. It's also offset, which is really weird. Which it shouldn't be. Because I never moved it. But it offsets the whole thing. Like, what the heck? Why does it offset it again? It should draw it on the same spot. Like, what the heck? I don't understand. I don't understand. Set my hunger to 20 and then make sure the override isn't on, and then give myself the hunger effect. And then that should work. Right, and so now I don't have that. And now if I do effect hunger, look at that, it shifts it. Why it shift? That's something with the that's something with the vanilla hunger thing. I realize now. The vanilla hunger drawable. Hunger U chord offset I wrote as 52, which I'm pretty sure is not correct. It's 16 plus 117. Yeah, so that's hunger chord offset. And the containers are correct, right? Because that's fine. Where are the containers? Where are my containers at? Hunger containers drawable. The hunger effect U chord offset is 117. Oh wait, is that not what I'm looking at? Am I looking at the wrong thing? $36. 52 plus 36. The hunger offset is 36, not 52. Okay, that fixes that problem. Hunger 30. No, hunger 30. Oh, no, everything is in the right spot, actually. Sort of. But not for the bloated. Why not for the bloated? What's wrong with the bloated stuff? Okay, where's my bloated stuff? Bloated meat part drawable. It has this, we do this, the U-chord shift is 9. If XS is 0.5. 9. It never says that then. Get number of bloated icons that should be drawn. A result in 0.5 indicates a half shank. Get their bloated hunger amount. Let's say my bloated hunger amount's 3. Minimum between that and that, so it gets 3. It divides that by 2. It gets 1.5. Why do you have a ceiling call? This is dumb. No ceiling call. Bad. So if I have 3 bloat, it should draw that. That's exactly what it should do. So it should return 1.5 and not round up. That's fair. This is set to have a hunger overlay. Okay, let's try this. See how this fixes things. Hopefully it does fix things. It's like kind of hard to tell when the hunger bar is so borked, which it is not supposed to. Why is my game lagging uncontrollably? Like, actually. You know, I thought this would be a simple, we just test everything, most of the things work, and then everything's fine, and then I realized, no, of course not. That would be too easy. Okay, so I fixed some of this. I fixed the max hunger indicator. Oh, the starvation tracker. I need to fix the starvation tracker. What the hell? What are you doing? No, I did not say do any of that. Get amount to draw. The minimum of the max hunger. So the max is max hunger and that. Then max divide by starve frequency times 1 times food sag get starvation tracker count. Yeah, something here ain't right. So if my max is 20, then 20 divide by the loss frequency minus 1, which is 3 minus 1 is 2, so it should be 10. Starvation tracker count, that would be like if it's 2, so it's 10 times 2, because I divide by 3 minus 1, which is 2. 20 divide by that, we get 10 multiplied by either 1, 0, 1, or 2, right? Which is going to give me 0, 10, or 20 as the get amount to draw. Did I maybe not divide by 2? I should probably divide this by 2. That's probably what my problem is. And then that's a U-chord shift for saturation, which is fine. Okay, so that's that. And that. And mostly that. Definitely this. And really, we're just left with the hunger stuff. So, I need to rebuild. And we built. We have built. Okay. Go! Load the game now. Alright, please work. This will actually, now fun fact, the bloated actually does prevent me from starving here, even though I'm at 0 hunger. I'm not going to starve because I have bloated hunger. So if I remove that bloated hunger, though, then... Oh, that's not right. Shit. The bloated containers. What's up with the bloated containers? Wait. What about the hunger containers? How does the hunger containers do? Oh, there's a ceiling call. What the fuck? How did I blunder this? I don't have a ceiling call. I know exactly what happened there. So I was using the method that determines number of bloated icons to draw, I was using to both draw whole containers, which should only increase every 2, and the actual bloated icons themselves, which change every single bloated unit. So I was trying to use the same method to compute something that should increase every 2 units and something that should increase every 1 unit, and was trying to use it like there was nothing wrong between the overlap there. So I need to do the ceiling on that. That'll fix that. Okay. Because now it says 1.5, right, which is what it should be, but it truncates that for the containers. It truncates that down to 1, which it shouldn't. It should instead ceiling it up to whatever, you know. Oh yeah, the iron stomach too is not really helpful here. Now I can't sprint, so that's a thing. And if I break something with this pickaxe, I am losing all the hunger here. Oh wait, this is gonna go away. Now we're gonna starve. Okay, that seems to be correct. I don't know what it was. It was kind of weird before, but whatever. Boom. 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 So now I've only taken the 1. Now it should still do the same thing, where it does that, that, that. I don't know why it was weird that one time. Something was jank, but that's fine. And now I go here. I go to HUD, I go here, I change this to max color. I set my max hunger to 0, it starts as white. It actually does blend to be a pinkish. Okay. That's what it was supposed to do. So, that fixes the starvation tracker for both styles. It fixes the problem with the max hunger indicator. That's now working fine. The bloated still needs a bit of a fix. Now we need the hunger effect, right? So I'm going to give myself the hunger effect now. Okay, so now this looks completely normal, right? Now if I set my hunger to 25, oh, it must be at most 24, excuse me. This seems to be perfectly correct as well. So if I now do /sf set, set max for me to being 50. Or set it to being 80 or whatever. That's fine. Now let's do /hunger 80. Oh, it's 64. Whatever. Because it's setting it to that, but it's not accounting for my penalties, my starvation penalties and stuff, so. No, don't hunger 24. Hunger 64. then give me this. And as we can see, it does appear to be working correctly. So now I will, I guess, drink one of these. See, no, that's wrong. Does it change at all? No, the shanks don't change at all. What the hell? That's like the last thing. Right? Because, well, I haven't actually checked this. Did I not say that the meat part has a thing? Did I blunder that, or? No, it says it does have it. Right? So it goes to here, it goes to here, it says that it has a hunger overlay. Unless it's not set on the right spot. It should be, though. Hold on, hold on. There's probably something super fucking niche here that's a problem. Yep. I need that. I need the V to be preserved. Because for the hunger, it should be using this. It's like really hard to see because it's super tiny, just bear with me. For the hunger, it should be using this with the same V. For the bloated, it should be using this, which is the same V as well. And for the meat part, it should be using this with the same V. It's trying to draw this on top of all of them, which is not correcto. But for saturation, it doesn't because there's no hunger overlay for saturation. This only works if there's hunger overlay. Okay. This should fix everything. Super extremely niche things away. Pretty sure I will have everything working correctly now. Which is good. This is exactly what we want to see. We want to see it working. Then there's there's one thing I know I gotta add here. The Tinkers thing is weird. Okay, do that. Now everything should be correct. Yeah, look at that. The bloated shanks are now a red. And you can definitely tell that the hunger overlay part is much lighter in color on that than it is on the ones below. And the shank, the container is right and everything. Yeah, and so it works with the different style as well. Okay, good. That works. Everything works. Right? Because the bloated now works, this now works. I've checked everything else. Hooray. Alright, it works. Good. It just took 4 hours to make it work, but you know, it's whatever. It works. I don't need to save this. Now there is something messed up here, which I need to now look at. I think it's the info strings drawable. Get food values for block being looked at. So you get the food values for the block being looked at. If food values is not null, get unbounded saturation increment. Okay, so what about this feast, right? The food values that it returns. Get food values. Get item from edible block. And I think it then gets the item, right? Oh, that's the config for that. I want the actual item. The Hearty Feast item. Get food values from the item stack version of the block. Get food value. Okay, it's get. Where's my get food values? Get food values. 0.5. That's what it returns. What the hell? It gets the item from the edible block. And it gets the food values. Which in this case returns the hunger, which is correct, and it returns saturation, which is 0.5. And that's the saturation modifier. get food values for block being looked at, it returns that, and then it's not null. So if it's not null, then we do this. We have the delta hunger, which is that's fine. The saturation cap is hunger plus delta hunger and max saturation to determine what we're bounding ourselves by. Get unbounded saturation increment. Sat cap minus sat. Hunger times saturation modifier times 2. What? Get the bounded amount of saturation food would provide to this player, taking their max hunger level into account. Okay, I need to look at this more closely. Can they eat? No, because like this seems right. But I have to double check and make sure that the food values are right for a held item, and then the cake block, which it's not right for the cake block. But the question is why? So this golden apple, it says it will heal me 4.8, which should put me at 18 saturation. It should put me at 18 saturation. It might not, because of Spice of Life. Oh, it does. And then I'll say 2.4. So this says 0.4, but if I eat this, it's 0.2. I need the food thing. Okay, I need to eat a bunch of stuff here. It should put me at like 21.4 or 20.4. Yeah, that's right. Something's wrong with that saturation drawing. Why? Why are you like this? 20.4. 21. Something is wrong with the upper saturation bar. Gosh darn it. For the U chord shift for this, maybe? Or maybe the add icon count for topmost bar for the saturation level. Yeah, this probably. So if I have 20, I subtract 1, I get 19. I modulo that, I get 19. I need to like hard cap it at 20. Cause I think what's happening is I have like maybe 20.01 saturation or something, which, you know, it's less than, because the the lower saturation bar is drawn if because my saturation is 20 point like and a little bit, right? Probably 20.0 like 4 or whatever. And it probably does draw it, but now it's trying to draw the upper bar. The upper saturation bar, which it gets the saturation color, which to do this, it subtracts a tiny little bit. Sat divided by 20 minus 0.001, it's going to be like something really small or whatever. If I bound this, it should be fine, right? On the icon count, right? If I math.minute, It would be impossible for it to do that. This actually needs to be here, though. I divide by 2 after the fact. Because if I have like 20.4 or whatever, I subtract, or if I have like 20.01 or whatever, I subtract 1, I get 19.01. I modulo by 20, I get 19.01. I add 1, I get 20.01. Which is a problem, which means I'm now drawing 20.01 or whatever, which is like not correct. So put a min on that. See, and now it should be drawing, it drew the top bar, but it drew the top bar incorrectly. So it drew the lower bar, but the top bar, it should only be drawing that 0.6 amount. So now what's wrong? I think that's still with the, I think that's just with the top bar. Because the top bar should say, where's the top bar? A top bar should draw always. There's always going to be a top bar. It's just whether or not there's a lower bar. And there is a lower bar because we're over 20. So getting that icon count, I'm bounding it above at 20 is going to be the play there. Do I have all the cakes out? No, not yet. See, and now it goes back to being normal. So now I have all the cakes out. So now get me cake. So this should heal 0.4. So if I eat this, do I go to 21.4? I do go to 21.4. And this should heal 4.5 saturation. But it only says 1. Because it has to set itself to the right thing, right? I don't think I can tell the owner of the item stack just by looking at it. That's kind of the problem. It has to like somehow be player agnostic, but also not at the same time, which is really dumb. Because the item stack's not going to know who's holding it. That's so weird. Cause like this, the only thing I can do is I have the player here, right? So I can add another check here. If block instance of hearty feast block, I can return the appropriate food values using this. Hearty feast block dot get food values for, and I pass in the player. That's the best I can do. And then it will get that, right? So now if I look at it, it should say the same thing, the right thing. Now the thing is this get food values for player is player specific food values. Is food get food values for player. I guess the question is, it says ieditable block, right? And there's no player specific food values for this. It's just get food values. Do I even need this? I definitely need to have the player involved here. Oh my god, this is gonna get complicated. What I need is I need to know how Spice of Life changes the food restored when you eat a cake, specifically. Is it under the food helper? And food diminishes food is food container, get exhaustion levels, directly edible. No, okay, so not there. network. Is it food modifier or? Yeah, there we go. Get food values. Food eating speed. That's the food history. This is a capability. Register the items, register the models, that's fine. Okay, food tracker and food modifier. That's what I want to look at. Where are you? Food tracker is when you eat, you do that. You get the food values. And then you do that. So food tracker, food modifier. I must have missed something. Get player food values. Food helper is food container. That's for that. Food group modifier. Get food modifier. Get modified food values. It doesn't do anything. And I think that's because when this just gets the raw food values, I think I want I think I basically want the same thing as this, which was wherever this was. Get food values for player, and I need to pass in the item stack. This is Apple Core API dot accessor dot get food values for player. We throw in that, and then we throw in the player. That's that. But that doesn't account for this now. Get food values for when is this food updated? Get food values for player. It's set on block activated. Is this only used here? Where is this called? I need a call hierarchy for this, because that's going to depend on a lot of stuff here. Get description, where it gets the food values. And this is called on the item, where it gets that. I could instead just do set food values for the player, right? Get this, right? These are the food values. What is your cap? Hearty feast cap. Oh, we clamp it, right? We clamp it. The saturation's the same, right? So I just need this. I just need this. And this is going to be okay. We set that to get food values for. Then we need a public set food values for player. All right, and then what it's going to do is we're going to set this dot food equal to, you know, this. Get food values for, put in the player dot hunger, right? Because that's basically what it does here. And I can do this dot set food values for player, pass in that player. Is there a reason that this is, where else is this used? Oh, because I need to have the actual fucking food values. You're so fucking joking, bro. Okay, whatever, dude, whatever. This is gonna be really weird. We're gonna set it equal to this. We're gonna set this, and then we're going to return the food values here. And then here we're going to have this be equal to this dot set food values for player, set this to the player here, do that, boom. It basically is the same thing, except now it actually sets the food value here and I can actually access this. That's a bunch of complicated bullshit. Just so that I can do the following bullshit. Hearty Feast block, cast the block to this, dot set, no. Dot set food values for player passing in that. We don't need the return value for it. All this does is actually set it correctly. And then when we get the item stack part, it'll hopefully give us this, which will be set to the correct proxy that has the correct food values so that it actually works. And yes, that was stupid. Stupidly complicated. But whatever, you know? Whatever. The point is that the feast will be fixed. I need to have it be non-player agnostic. So I just wanted to fix this before I ended, because if I would totally forget that that would need to be fixed, and then it wouldn't work. Because 'tis supposed to be player, it's supposed to be player dependent. So now the amount of hunger you get should depend, depending on who's looking at it and shit. So now if I look at the cake, its food values should actually reflect the actual food values I'm going to get. And same with the Hearty Feast, because the Hearty Feast should be, it should be correct. So look, see, this actually says 9 and 9.0. This actually says 2 and 0.4, but now it says 0.2, and actually am getting 0.2. And if I eat this, it says 4, and then 2, and then 1. And that's because it changes, not because the block itself causes it to change, but because Apple Core, or sorry, Spice of Life causes it to change. Okay, good, that is correct, right? And then if I look at this, it'll say, like, this is how much food it's given me over time. And this makes sense. Thank God. What the fuck? Don't know why that happened. Okay, boom. I have completed. And now I am piecing the fuck out.